figure out if I have everything set up correctly. I got some new sound equipment, and I want to turn up the music a bit more, just so that it's not so loud. I think about minus 20 decibels is fine. Yeah, I got a new sound mixer. It's been a few months since my last stream, and I have not tested absolutely anything. So we're gonna go with it. It looks like OBS is picking up all my stuff. We'll find out, you know? It's a learning experience. Today, I was trying to create a new playlist for my stream, right? Which is what you're listening to right now. But I will say, with the, like, I guess low tier, you can call it, Epidemic Sound subscription, which I have, it's a pain to create playlists. Because how I have to do it basically is I go through their library, I go and create a playlist, and when I create the playlist, I'm just adding songs similar to Spotify, right? You can listen to music, you can pick and choose what you want, all great. However, when you want to actually add it to your stream, you have to go and download each individual soundtrack that you want, right? You can't do bulk downloads. At least the tier I'm at. I don't know if you pay a higher tier, you get bulk downloads. I don't know. It'd be really nice if I could, you know, select a soundtrack or select a playlist and just download the entire thing at once, and it goes towards my, you know, daily or monthly download limit. I don't know which it is. But yeah, it's a big pain in the butt, basically. So I decided, with this frustration, I went from, all right, let's continue working on a different project to let's build a new project, because what do developers love most besides, you know, creating, besides working on a previous project, is creating a new project. I don't know a single developer that doesn't have many ongoing projects at the same time. So yeah, I haven't delved into Electron apps in a long time, and I figured I'm kind of more of a JavaScript, TypeScript developer than, you know, C# or whatever you could use for desktop apps. And also Electron allows you to build it for Windows, Mac, and Linux. So we're gonna, you know, play around and find out what we can do. So yeah, I have documentation up. Let me switch my display. Let's transition, right? I got everything working. I guess I develop on a Windows computer. However, it is WSL2, right? So I'm developing inside of Ubuntu, all right? Don't judge too hard. I do have a MacBook. I could develop on a MacBook instead, but I'm not going to. So I have over on my other monitor, you know, the building your first Electron app, which I've built some in the past when Electron was like first coming around in like 2017, 2016 era. Haven't touched Electron since. So we'll see how this goes, but first I wanted to kind of set up my repository, my code repository, and I want to use, actually let me make this a little bit bigger for the stream. I prefer, you know, pretty small, compact spaces, but not everyone, you know, is running a 1080p monitor at the moment, and so you have to be laptop friendly and stuff, whatever. But yeah, I'm going to enable Core Pack and then set Yarn to the stable release, which should be, set version stable, which should download, the latest version 4 release. So that's all done. This is not in the Electron steps. This is just something I do because I would rather use the latest Yarn than, you know, the default version 1 that gets downloaded in. Well, before I downloaded this, it would have been 1.20 something. I don't know what the current version. It could be 23. 1.23. Not really sure. Don't quite know. So this initialized a new app. We can, you know, do yarn init. It should do basically everything I need. It created, it automatically updated the name, which is kind of what I wanted. It created a new README for me, which is nice. Playlist creator is not the name I'm going for per se, but it is, you know, like a placeholder thing, I guess you could say. So we have everything in here. It looks like we're using PNP. I'm not a big fan of PNP just because I never get it to work. So what I want to do is do why is it yelling at me? Not valid. Must be an array. What? I think it's dumb. So I want to do, is it module link? Node linker, node modules. Yeah, let's do that. And then, I had to type in my password is for git. We're gonna remove this. We can do yarn. It created a node modules folder now because I set it to link to node modules. This is kind of my preferred path. Yeah, and it looks like this is so far so good. I'm not familiar with, you know, the config editors and everything it sets up by default now. I'm more of a prettier user. So what I might do is just yarn install or add, develop, and then I kind of prefer prettier over some other stuff. Actually, I think that's the default that most people use anyway. So we have prettier setup, and I don't know if we have ESLint, but I'll get to that later if we need to. We're actually going to make a directory for source because I don't want to. I like to keep my code bases clean, you know. So I guess, let me take a step back. Right now, what I'm gonna do is set up a code space with everyone. So if you're not familiar with creating a code space, like a code repository, this is kind of like how you do it. At the moment, I'm not following the building your first app Electron thing at all at the moment. Actually, let me open up Microsoft Edge because I don't use that browser for anything. I won't have anything I care about, at least. So at least I can show that to you. So yeah, this is what I'm following. Basically, I just looked up Electron.js, and it brought me right to the website because I was not hitting search. I hit enter, which defaulted to their website, and then I just went to docs, tutorial, and then building your first app. Right, there is a prereqs thing in here. I'm not really sure what this says, but they're using Node 16. I'm using the latest LTS. If I go in here, you'll see it should be 22.17. I might actually see if I can update that. Did use LTS, but what? Oh, it's a user. Use. There we go. It's using that one, but I think I can also install the latest LTS. Probably best to do that anyway. And then I'll set the alias to I think it's LTS/any. So there you go. Just defaulted or re-defaulted my Node version manager, the latest Node version. We can close out the reviews. So I'm now using 24.11.1. What I might just do, quickly create a NVMRC file and just say we're going to use 24.11.1 is like our preferred version at the moment. Is it the 24.11.1 or just 24.11.1? I think it's without the V. Okay. Next, what we want to do, I'm now following the tutorial. So if we go back into here, right, and we do setting up your first app, I don't know. I already did this pre-stream a little bit. Like I created the directory and CD'd into it. And then I ran, I'm using Yarn, so Yarn in it. That's how I set everything up. Now we got to do add Electron. Just copy and paste into the terminal. Is the music too quiet? Maybe it's fine for you. For me, on my end, it's quiet, but I can probably turn it up myself so I can hear it better. All right, looks like that's all installed now. And I should probably go in here and try to, update my package.json a little bit. We have Electron and Prettier in here. I should probably set a version. We'll call this, I don't like starting in version 1 because it's not technically a full release, so I usually start at the first minor build, so 0, 1, 0. If you're not familiar with semantic versioning, it goes major version, minor version, and patch. So typically you would increment the last value if it's, updating. If you're doing like bug fixes and stuff, that would be a patch. You would update the patch version. If you're adding a feature or something kind of relatively small, I'd say that's a minor version. If you're making breaking changes, that's when you increase your major version. That's kind of like that's how I work with semantic versioning. That's kind of like my rule of thumb. So if you ever have questions about semantic versioning and you didn't know how to do it previously, maybe that's one way you can do it. Supposedly, if I keep following this tutorial, we have to set our main entry point to main.js. I might change that later depending on what the documentation states. Again, I haven't done I haven't built an Electron app in quite a while, so I'm just gonna continue, setting this up as we go. I guess I would set the developer or the author to myself, I'll do URL. I'm not doxing myself completely, github.com. I can spell. There we go. Next, adding a git ignore. That's already been done for me. Running the Electron app. Although there might be some specific things I should probably do in terms of like express ignore stuff, I'm not seeing anything specific to express though in the default node.getIgnore from GitHub, so I want to skip that. And then I guess what they do is they create a main.js. Ideally, I'd like to do this in TypeScript. Do some quick Googling. You can tell that I really did my research before streaming. Yeah, they added TypeScript support back in 2017, so... But I'm not seeing any, like, documentation for it. It also makes me question if I should use, what's it called? Dino rather than Node for this, but again, I didn't do any research beforehand. Realistically, I could use Copilot to do this all for me, but I figured I should also know it myself too, right? I guess my next question, and I'll do some of this Googling in front of everyone too. Let's see. If I go to npm.js.org, I believe it is. And then I go to, I'm looking at a very, like, I'm not sure if Electron has its own types defined within its own package, or if you need, it does have TypeScript definitions in here, so I shouldn't need the @types/electron package. Start Electron. I should probably add that to my thing. Let's see if Electron can load the main.ts file if I do it this way. Go in here. We have to do. Yeah, we'll do NTI license. Fine. Start Electron. I don't know if we need to build it first or not, but I will do this, and then we'll just do yarn start. Wait, before I do that, I know it's going to want. Well, does it not want like a index.ts, like index.html file? Also, this should probably be in the source directory. Why create a source directory if you're not using it? You know. TS, and it's actually going to be more specifically source. Let's see. What does this do? Probably nothing because I didn't write anything in there. Oh, and I'm also in WSL2. Again, did not do my research beforehand. So let's see. Let's do source. Why is it all white? Error launching app, unable to get it. Cannot find module. Okay. Let me actually do a couple things because I missed a couple steps anyway. So we do want to set up TypeScript, of course, right? Root directory is source, So that's good. Out directory, yeah, we can do dist. We will be using React, but just not yet. So I don't think I need any of that stuff. Yeah, then they are saying do this. So if I update this to now be dist just slash main.js, and then we update this to be that. And then we hit start. Huh. I mean, it created it. Said hello world. I think part of my issue is that I'm running this in DSL or WSL2. Also, another thing could be that I'm just stupid. Because this is what I'm seeing right now in my other browser. It's something that looks more like this for the main.js file. So it should be import. Oh, this is what I get for not doing any research beforehand. What are we doing? Oh, because I didn't set up the module. Got it. Close. All right. That should be a type, shouldn't it? No. I love working with TypeScript, or at least setting it up. It's impossible, to be honest. Module is common.js, and we'll target ES. Let's do 2020. I guess let's go back to the documentation. Maybe I should stop, you know, trying to figure this out myself. Okay. Or documentation for this? This is what I want, you know? Make this really difficult, don't they? Maybe I can find a Electron TypeScript example. Archives way back when. To get started with like using Electron Forge. Oh. How about we restart a little bit? We'll go backwards. How about that? I prefer Vite TypeScript. So what we will do is we come back over here, and everything we just did, we're trashing it. You know, who needs it? Remove. Get out of here. I don't know if that's necessary or not. We will delete this. I'll keep that. Let's see. Yeah, no, we'll start from scratch. How about that? You know, we go all the way back to the beginning when we said let's set version to stable, because I do want to use the latest Yarn version. Then we'll use, what did I say? npx create Electron app here, with the template being the one I selected. Oh wait, I don't want to use npx though, or maybe I don't know. Well, let's use Yarn. Let's better use Yarn. Nah, I did npx, so it's gonna be npm. Oh well, it's fine. We'll change it later. You want it to be empty. Got it. Fine. Be that way. I think, is it Yarn DLX? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, it is. Why does alt tabbing with Edge do this? I can alt tab the different tabs in Edge. It's the most annoying thing in the world. Is there a way? I wish there must be a way to disable that, right? Also, what do they mean? Or managed by my organization? I'm not a part of an organization on my personal computer. I shouldn't be. All right. It's because it's using Yarn 1.22. We'll do this again. We'll get there eventually, right? Okay, what happened? What are we doing? Oh, because I'm dumb. Hold on. Node linker. Node modules. Thank you. Bye-bye. We try again. Again, PNP, or yeah, plug and play, just with Yarn, never works for me. I don't understand why it's defaulted to that. So yeah, tip is just set node linker to node modules, and it's just like npm. I know that's not the point of it, but it's fine, you know? You're really gonna be like this, aren't you? Fine. You know what we'll do? just call it app. I never thought creating an app would be this hard. This is why online tutorials exist, instead of winging it like I am. What do you mean? Not compatible with this version of Gunform. But you're the one who said what? Am I missing something? What am I doing wrong? Okay, yeah. I did that. How about I try this, right? Let's just do this without that. That, or what I'll just do is do this with NPM and then come back later to update the yarn. Beat, TypeScript. No. Dude. Alright. Alright, we're scrapping and restarting. Again. And we will be doing this with NPX. Yes. What do you mean it's not empty? No, I don't want. Oh, because there's a git nonsense in there. That's just. Alright. Yeah, let's get rid of get gone, please. We'll do a sudo remove -rf.git. Be gone. It's gone. All right. We start this all over again. Beat TypeScript. We'd like to no, I'll initialize it myself. Why? Yeah. Alright, fine. You want 7.6.0. Yes. I've never had such a hard time. This is why no one live codes, by the way, right? You get to watch the developer go and rage. And nothing ever work, you know? The funny part is that it used yarn. Alright. We upgrade to Yarnberry now. Alright, let's see. Wow, it is this literally does everything for you. Alright, now the question is, does it run if I do this? That's all I care about. Okay. More Googling. We Google. Electron. I can spell. I promise. App in WSL2. This is what I get for developing in Windows. I already have all that. I need these libraries. I don't know why. Let's follow this person from 3 months ago. Okay. I'll follow your steps, sir. I'll install whatever packages you want me to, you know? But it's saying that this one is not there. That's supposed to be a dot. My issue, I bet, is I haven't updated this in quite some time, so we'll see. None of these are helpful. What version of Ubuntu am I using? Oh, what's the command for that? Actually. Ah, that's what I'm looking for. $2404. Which would make sense, because I like to use the latest. Nothing. Sorry for this boring stream so far. Let's see if I even need that one. Let's skip it for right now and come back to it later. Supposedly, if I'm understanding this correctly, this should work. Well, we're closer, but I think it's because of type module to here. Wait, this is not even the right. Why? Why would they hate me? I asked for the TypeScript Vite version, and yet there's no Vite or TypeScript installed. They're really out here to hurt me, I guess, right? All right, let's see. I wonder. I see what it's doing. But let's what was the other? Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right. Closing all those tabs, cleaning up my tabs and stuff. All right, now let's start from scratch again. We're gonna try this again. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I want to do it here. I also, want to do what this said. So there's that, I mean, plus I also want to do this right beforehand. That should do what I want. We're going to do not latest because of the version stuff. We'll do that. Set the TypeScript already. Is there Git in here? I already got rid of Git and all that other nonsense. ls-la. Yep, Git's there, even though I didn't say for it to be there. All right. This should theoretically install, well, it's installing Vite correctly this time. It should also be installing the node modules using Windows binaries, which is something I will add to the README. Once it develops one, if it develops one. But this looks a lot better. I guess we can test to see if it works this time. It did. Look at that. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. It decided to kill itself, I guess. And of course, this I'm developing on not my primary monitor, so it went to my top monitor where I'm not actually screen sharing anything. But we're in a much better spot right now. So what I want to do is yarn set version to stable. And then similarly, I will do this in yarn. Oh, not tarn, yarn. Upgrade all that nonsense. Not really sure why it crashed right away. I did notice that it wasn't loading. Package, make, and publish should do that, but I don't care at the moment. We already have all that done. We have the TypeScript done. What's the next? I don't want to do code signing. I don't need to do code signing right now. I would like to do React TypeScript, yes. Okay, that's all done now. I'll try this again, see if I can get it to start and... Yeah, I can't move it. It died much faster. Maybe I have to wait for it to actually fully load before I click on it. No, it's just dying immediately. Workaround is to package, make, and publish. Oh, my camera died. Oh no. All right. We'll just remove it for right now. All right. So it's saying to run make and then load it that way. Which, is there a script already for this? I hope so. And then it said what was the... It said to do this. Why? Do I package it first? Is that why? Running package. Maybe this is not going to work the way I want it to. Why does it work with NPM but not Yarn? Maybe works different package. Okay. And it's packaging for, okay. We're getting there. Seems to be working. Handle. I have to install mono and wine for this to work. I shouldn't have to, right? Oh, run it outside of WSL. Okay. Then what we will do is, I thought I had a I had the terminal up. I guess not. Command prompt. We love command prompt. I think, oh, let's see. What am I looking for? Let's see. Let me copy, I don't know, the relative path to this directory. Reveal and Finder. Let's see if this works. Why do you hate me? Right. Open in terminal. Yeah, but I want to open not in WSL. More options. Maybe. Let's see. I'm testing a theory. No. Theory, bad. Bad theory. More Google. When in doubt, Google. Slick. Okay, that's all I need. What do you mean? But you told me so. I did that. This is all dumb. Dumb and stupid and dumb. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. That's not what I want. This might not be possible. What I want to do may not be possible. Worst comes to worst, we could just pivot to a different project, but yeah, not really what I was looking for. Let me make sure. Reveal in folder. File Explorer. Let's see. Just is open in terminal now, but like I wanted to open in terminal, but in command prompt. Let's try this. Didn't I just save my preferences? Oh, I did not save. There we go. Alright, let's see what this error message means. Interesting. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Copy. What do you mean? Map and network drive. Okay, let's see this. Why does it hate me? Fine. All right. Let's I have an idea. Let me see before I go and just do a bunch of other stuff. Let me see. What do you mean cannot find path specified? I'm trying to remember all the command line stuff for command prompt. It's been a little while. Make directory. Well, let's do this, right? Let's move. Let me cd out of here. Move. Playlist creator. From here to /mnt c users, right? Oh, lowercase c, of course. Users, me, projects. I see it being created and moved. This is taking sweet time though. Oh, I think I know why it's taking sweet time. Let's undo that. Also, let me actually try to do this again, but in Linux, because it should pop up a Linux window in my Windows machine. So let me do, I don't know, what are the Linux things? Where's my browser? Did I close the browser? I did close the browser, didn't I? What was I gonna do? Oh, Electron Forge. Can I look for platform codes? That was it. All right, cool. Okay, let's how do I install it? Is it just an npm package? It looks like, or not npm, app. Sudo app install. Oh, we should start PM, of course. Maybe I should just read my terminal. Just taking its sweet, sweet time. I don't know if this will work. No, of course not. So it's supposed to be make and then I don't need to publish, but is there an executable in here I can run? I think if I just run, if I do / dist, no, out, of course. Linux. Oh, that works. Okay. Cool. We can do this after all. It's just gonna be a little bit of a pain. That's fine. What happens if I run the Windows one? That's the one that crashes. Okay, cool. That's fine. Let's just do yarn and see if it will needs to do anything different. Doesn't seem to. All right, maybe this is not over yet. I think we're on the I think we're starting to do something now. I don't care about that anymore. Electron, Forge. I'm looking for now the framework integration. This is what I want to do next. I'll move this to a different monitor just temporarily while I do it. I'll do these commands. We'll do yarn add. These are what? Yarn add. How did I do that? Copy those. Copy these. And then we go to source. Do I want to? I might make a new directory inside here called app for the purpose of this. Just to separate out the Electron code versus the React app code. We're going to do a new file, and we're going to call this app.tsx. We're going to paste this in here. Why do you hate me? This is because I have to update this. If I do this, that should fix that. There we go. We don't need this. It's dumb. Cool. And that should be almost it. The renderer, where's renderer? Right here. Copy. Let's just add it to the end. I'll leave that there. Load main. Let's see what's in here. I would like to change how this is done just a little bit. Well, I guess let's build and see what it does first. We have to make it for Linux because this is the one that works. Well, does that? I guess I can set this up a little bit better too. I'll install those in a moment. Once this is done building, at least. Because it's not an issue in our build and everything else. Quick fix, install, save. Well, should have installed. That'll go here. Okay, we do a little bit of yarn action. They should fix that. Nice, nice, nice. And then we will... I know yarn start is that at the moment, but I would like to do... Where's that script? I can't comment things out in this unless I make it a JSON C file, but I don't know yarn will like that. So, actually, can I please? No, it's not gonna accept that, I don't think. We'll do start dev like that, and then we'll just do start where it is the following. This right here is what I want. No, not that one. This one. Copy, paste. There it is. This is hello from React, so we've gotten something. Let's we don't need the dev tools loaded on startup. No need for it. All right, let's do a couple more things now. So we can remove this this here. This is not needed. Let's do... I want to install Tailwind, so let's... I want to see if there's a easy way of doing this. Installation using Beat. And then where is the Beat config? Main? Or wait, I think I want it in the renderer. Right. So we have plugins. Unable to resolve, but I installed it. I think this will be okay. Let's actually call this root. We'll create app separately. App will be this. Default function app. Sick. I don't know what that does, but we'll find out. Huh. Node. Let's try Node next. This node module, or what did it say? Let's see if that works. Bundler is not liked either. I said at least 2016. Oh, node 16. I see. Why you hate? Fix it. Just do it for me. Keep. We're getting there, I think. Save that, right? Please. Sure. This must be it, right? Must be set to node next. Okay, fine. Sure. Right here. This does not make anything. Bundler. Common JS. You're saying that it should preserve? Okay, we're getting there. That should work, but it's saying it can't find it. There must be a hacky way of doing this, right? I'm not seeing Electron in this list anymore. I just want it to work. Maybe we don't do it this way. We just do it via the CDN. Right. So if I go into, I don't think this is actually being used anymore, right? Let's see. So if I ran this again, right? We have that, obviously. I'm not seeing actually any of this. Wait, but it must be in there because this is being rendered by the render.ts file. And according to, well, I see it being done here. Yeah, so this must be doing that. And then if I go in here or go into, I don't know. Not there. Into app dot or root. Root is this, and it's adding it to the body. How about if I did document dot find, or is it find element by ID? Or get element by ID, and we do root. Save that. We come into here, and we just do yeah, do that. And then we go back into here where we do it by CDN instead. Yeah, not intended for production, but for right now, we don't care. So, copy that, paste it here, and then it should just work. Save that. Stop this. I didn't realize that was still running. While I wait on that, I'm going to do a few things like this. Damn, it takes a long time to do an RPM build. Oh, and that looks sick. So, we're getting somewhere now. It added it to the root directory, which is exactly what I wanted. This is perfect. All right. I guess while I'm at it, how do I want to do this? So I want, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I want to be able to basically automate the creation, the downloading of my what's it called? Epidemic files. which I got signed out of apparently in my other browser. I want to do a little bit of investigation of how it kind of works. I mean, this is something I probably should do off stream because I'm not gonna show you the inner workings and potentially jot tokens and everything else that I need to keep private, you know. However, what I will do is here's the premise of what I have at the moment, right? Or not premise, but not file. I wanted to create a directory. Do I want to call it that? I'm going to call it a util. Get playlist. .ts. Export default function. Get playlist. Right, this is going to be a temporary thing, but here's the playlist URL for what I am using right now is this. Or this is how I can fetch that data. Question is, it's a get request. If I were to paste this in, oh, it uses cookies for session information. They make it difficult, don't they? But basically what it'll show me is, well, can I actually, am I able to do this in Edge? Or is it going to throw a, yeah, unauthorized? How do I show this without showing my bookmarks and everything? I don't know. Basically the output though has, if I make this prettier, the result set is like this. And actually, for the time being, I'll move my thing up here. I don't want to accidentally get a, you know, I don't want to accidentally break terms of use or something by showing their data model. So what I'm going to do is create a TypeScript. Interface playlist entry, make this not JSON, but auto detect is fine. Well, it would be fine if it. String number added. It's gonna take a little bit. My apologies. Interface, not playlist, but I want to do creator. They call them creatives. And it looks like this. Main artist, featured artist. Producer. There we go. They read that twice. Interesting if they did. All right, this is kind of what it looks like right now. Genres. Are these all going to be the same thing? We have display tag, tag, slug, father tag. They all have the same. Okay. I'm assuming this must be their tag model, so I'll come up here. I don't care at this moment about some stuff. Tag is going to be this, where this is string, 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 string. I assume that this is also optional, so I will say undefined. I might say null, or expect it to be nullable. Must have did something that broke this earlier. Let me quickly copy what I have and undo some stuff. Okay, I did do something here. Oh, I see. Fix that. Call it string for right now. Stems. I will copy that. Go up here. Interface. I want to take a hunch and say that's probably a string, and then ID or series ID. I bet you that's going to be like a number. If it's an Usually their IDs I've noticed are, well, I guess some of them are strings, so I'll treat it as a string. This is going to be a string array. Boolean. This is going to be a string for JPEG. Let's say size is that many pixels. Cool. Got saved there. We will export all of these. Okay. This is when we start doing now this, where count is a number, next is string or null, previous. Next offset. Yes. I was doing this wrong. Like that. And then this is results. Anything at the bottom now? No. That's it. Sick. This will now be a that's just a placeholder for right now. So if I go into, you know, maybe I create a mock data set. New file, call it mocks/playlist.ts. What I'll do in here is export. Let's do constant playlist mock equals this. Export default this. What are the issues? What's not being liked right now? number. Okay. Which is something I said it probably would have been a number, but I set it a string. Series ID, Nimbe. Save that, save this. Okay, now we have that. This can actually just do return playlist mock for right now. Now we get into some fun stuff. So, I don't really want to justify left and center like that. We can keep it as gray with text as white. I don't know if this will update automatically. It won't. Sad. I wonder if there's a way for me to do yarn make from here. Will that automatically refresh this too? Oh. I guess not. I do wonder though. Okay. Resources. Oh, it actually compiles it to binary of some sort, I think. Built in. Yeah, it's doing some binary stuff. Alright, fine. I will do it the hard way. Unless I can load this in the browser, maybe? I wonder if I can load in the browser first. That way I can test it there and then show it in here after. Also, part of me for wanting to build this as well is once I have this built, I wanted to basically automatically download my playlist for me. I can then sort it locally on my computer and then hopefully actually create in the future a OBS scene or like that can just show you the currently playing song with all the details and stuff in it. It's kind of the goal with this. At least that's what I'd like to do. What I might have to do though is like once I'm no longer streaming, I'll probably do a lot of off-stream type development just to like play around and see how to get this to work. Especially with signing into Epidemic because I don't. Since I'm using Electron and it's already using the V8 engine, I should be able to create a screen where you sign into Electron, like maybe create like a browser tab inside of Electron to do that, so that you sign in. Once you sign in, then it should be able to automatically extract all the data. At least that's the goal. And then based off of here, since I have the URL basically for for their API, I should be able to just ask for the playlist track ID, which is the same thing as the URL for when you're in Epidemic. It's epidemicsounds.com/saved/ and then that identifier. And so as long as I have that, I should be able to automatically download everything. And I want there to be a way to say, well, using the API, do I already have the files or do I have to grab them? And if I, basically if I don't have them, have a button to download them sequentially, so they're done one at a time. Because I don't want to cause too many issues with them if I try to download, 20 or more tracks all at once. I'd rather stagger them, so it doesn't look as, or so I'm not pulling so much data all at once. Keep the servers somewhat, healthy. Not trying to. I don't want this app to feel like I'm doing something malicious, because I'm not. I'm just trying to automate my own workflow. So. I guess something I could do on stream at least is create some more components. So we can create maybe a playlist entry component. Export default playlist entry. I'll also create, so this says what? Border, bottom, cursor pointer, large for that, semi-bold with small, and text gray for the artist name. I will have props here, so if we do export, interface, do that. Oh, thanks. Well, kind of. Title, artist. I do also want to have the cover image next to it. So what I'm going to do is this will be another div. What's the easiest way of doing this? I probably have to do let's see real quick. Background image. They're doing this for certain things that I am not. So I want to actually inject a dynamic image in there, but I don't know if I'll be able to, unless it's statically there, maybe. I don't think I can do that. I think I have to use the image tag. I'll do that with full height 148 or 48 pixels. Object cover. Adding 4 in border bottom, border gray. Actually, a lot of this should be placed in this one. Here, I want this to be flex, flex, column with a gap of 1. Sure. Well, I want this to be, you know, flex. It'll be flex row, so that doesn't matter, with a gap of 2. I don't know how this is gonna look. I'm really winging this right now. If I now go into here, instead of doing that, we will now show, not types, I don't care about type. I care about the components. If I do a new file and call this playlist.tsx, export default function, not entry, just playlist. This will be children from, not this, but props with children. Column height full, overflow by auto. I think that's what I want. Playlist. And then we will do constant playlist equals get playlist. Playlist entry where key will equal oh wait, maybe I could just do entry dot ID title entry dot, is it not title? Is it name? No. Oh, rack dot track dot title, there it is. Track dots creatives dot main artists 0 dot name, and then this will be entry dot not I think I want this to be track ID, because this will be pretty similar from track to track. It's a track dot image URL dot I thought there was like there we go, that's what I'm looking for. Base URL and then I want this to be the smallest one, basically. Sick. That should do what I want. I hit Control C on that. We will do make. I can close that one because it don't matter. While this happens, I am going to step away for a moment. If I can find my screens. I don't have a be right back screen. Of course I don't. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back, and I'm back with camera. All right, let's see, did this work? Oh, well, kind of. I'll have to go and do some minor changes and stuff. Obviously, the clicking on them does nothing at the moment. But that is my playlist that I'm currently listening to, which I think is fine music, like sound-wise. I keep looking over to see if like the music is overpowering me, but I don't think it is. I guess I could listen to myself too, but who wants to do that? All right, playlist entry. Let's do cover image. We have width. Oh, well, do I like that height? I think that height's a bit too much. So let's turn that down to like 16 by 16 maybe. And I think we can actually do size 16 if I'm not mistaken. Almost there. This takes quite a while to build. I'm hoping for next stream I'll have this in Windows and not being built in WSL. Even though it does work, it's not really a great development experience, I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot better. Look at that. Now you gotta do like a drag and drop type thing. So I can reorder it in whatever and however I want. Store that locally, probably in how do I want to store this data? I guess like an SQLite database maybe, or just a JSON file. I guess if there's not many songs per playlist, then that's fine. But for all things considered, we're getting pretty good at, or getting pretty close at getting this to work. I will like to probably at some point figure out how to create a pop-out window, like create a new window that is fairly small and is just this entry basically. So rounded medium is what I'm thinking of doing for those, so that it's rounded around the corners. I might even, like, if it's being actively played, have I don't know. I mean, we're getting pretty close with this though, which is kind of nice. There's a lot of things I still have to figure out. Does this give me my playlist name too? I wasn't actually paying attention if it did or not. So if I get playlist, go to my mock. It does not look like it gives me my playlist name, which is fine. I don't need it for what I'm doing, but it would kind of be nice to have, you know? Also, I gotta really add more songs to this playlist because I've heard it on loop for like, this is like the 5th time now, and there's not many songs to it at the moment. But I guess what we do right now is we figure out how to add a button. That will create a new window basically that just has one playlist entry to it, right? And then once we have that one playlist entry, let's resize it, that window at least, that pop out, so that I can inject it into OBS, and we'll see how that looks. That's like the next thing we do. So it's export button, or default button, function. If I could spell. This will be props with children. I also would like, besides this, interface, button props. This will have on click, disabled. Yeah, that's about it for right now. This will return. Sure. This is gonna be blue. I think I prefer this to be sky. Let's my preferred color in this. Now, let's go into app. Let's add the button after the playlist. No, Apple button. And then we will do... Oh, how do you make a new window? How is that done in main? We're creating a new browser window. I think there needs to be a way to determine if the window's already created or not. It's been a little bit since I've done this, but I think for right now what we can do is this. We'll create a new file called popout.root.tsx. There is obviously that there. I think I want to have to do obviously the index.html, but I need another one for there's a renderer. I want this to create the new window, basically like just like this. Create the width of, I don't know, 300 pixels by, oh, how many pixels am I currently, this is currently loaded. All right, let's do a little bit of this. Let's see, how tall is this component right now? 97 pixels. It's not terrible. Well, it's 97, but it's 96 without the bottom border, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, I can go into here and actually I can remove this border, because instead of doing it there, what I can do is go to the playlist and just do a divider on Y. Divide gray. Yeah, I think that's what I want. No, not gray. What was this beforehand? Order was 700. Okay. We don't need. That's fine. Go into here. This will be 700 instead. Cool. Next. This is supposed to be 96 is what we ideally want here. And what is the current width of this at the moment? It'd be a little bit shorter than that, which I think is fine. We can always expand this window later. Let's see. Obviously this is creating that, and then it's doing some other nonsense. Where's that even coming from? Is that just a... It's a string. It must be something. I don't know. Can I like find out where that's... Oh, it's global. I see. Otherwise, it's loading this, which is all I really care about at the moment, and that's gonna be window v name. If I go back to this, Oh, that's part of the plugin. It's fine. All right. So instead of index.html, let's create another one, call this popout.html. I'm just playing around with things at the moment. Because I'm not 100% sure on how this is all gonna work, to say the least. Pop out renderer. Actually, can we? It's all part of the app. No, it's not. Let's create a new folder called renderers. We will move this one in there. Call this the main renderer. So if I go back in here, this will be renderers/main.ts. While this one will be popout.ts. app/popout. Popout root. There's that. Popout root will now look very similar to this. Get out of here. All right. I wonder if it would make more sense for the pop-out to have its own folder like this. And that way, you know, this can be completely separated. And then have a shared folder that goes between them, which would be basically all components. Kind of. Well, I don't know if that makes sense. Let me undo this. There we go. There we go. Nice. All right. Those are our renderers done. The pop out is going to be somewhat okay. Let me get playlist entry. Let me cut that, paste that into here. Components. Paste it in there. That just means that in app, wherever I'm pulling this from, that looks correct. Oh, but now how do I share a state between windows? There must be something. Can I add props to this? Based on the, like... If I add a query param, I could probably do it that way. Just say active song. Or this just manages its own state by getting the playlist and starting from the beginning. I think that'd be fine. So here's that. Let's rename this to pop out. Save that. We don't care about the playlist. We just care about a singular entry. This will be playlist dot results 0 for the purpose of this, at least. Save that, remove all of this. All right. Background transparent, I think, is what I'd like to do. Can I? Will this allow me to have a transparent background? That's the real question here. Because when I put it into OBS, I would rather not have to mask the rounded corners. I want to be able to just insert a window display and call that good. Ideally is what I'd like to do. Okay, and the next thing I want to do is come back into here. Basically, I just want to load this. Activate. All right, I think this is pretty much all good. Let's close out of that. I don't care about that. I don't care about this. I don't care about a lot of this stuff. Renderers pop out. Yes, that's good. That one's fine. What I care about right now is the app where I'm doing this. And I can close. This is something I do care about. It is going to a constant. We can do constant pop out will equal this. Actually, let's create a global state, kind of. So let pop out equal this. Now we do if pop out focus. Otherwise, this, we do a little bit of this, load file, this we pop out the HTML. I think that will work, but in case, I'll do this, path can go away. We will now make and see if this does anything at all, because I don't know. I'm winging it. Eventually it'll build. I don't know if I need the RPM build, but that one takes genuinely forever. So all I want to do is load up this binary file. You know, start. I have broken it. Directory name is not defined. Oh, this is not defined. Okay. I think this is because I need to do the thing that the other thing told me to do, which was do node integrations, which is a unsafe operation, and you shouldn't do this in production applications, in my opinion, based off of my really old knowledge. But because it's just me testing, it don't matter to me at the moment. How the hell does this work? Here we go. Web preferences. You remove a couple stars. Oh, I'm already in the web preferences. We just do node integration. True. That should give us everything we need. Make it. I only need it on this like main browser window. Again, it takes so long. All right, hit start. Did I fix it? It does not appear so. I think I changed too many variables. Let's tone it down a little bit. Let's backtrack just a small amount. So in the app, let's just remove this button and see if that fixes it. We can close, comment that out, and we can comment all three of those out. And we just see if this fixes it. If this fixes that issue, then we gotta figure out how to make a browser window from the window. Which I guess I would assume would be in the documentation. And this might not be a this probably is an Electron question, not a We're still building. Oh my god. All right. Hit start. Of course it works. Yeah, the issue is definitely with what I'm doing. So let's see if I can figure something out in here. Okay, so I guess, what is ICP main? Oh, I guess it's, okay. Open pop-up would be that. So I guess this needs to be done in, not done in here, rather done inside this. Oh, I see now. Let me do this. Create pop-out window is done. Huh? Oh. I see. I was correct the first time. This is still false. That's fine. We do a little bit of this. Main window should be here. This will be this. This we said was going to be 300 by 96. This will be a parent of that. Blocks parent interaction. Sure. Show. Don't show until ready. Cool. That's fine. Reload. When load file, I want it to basically be this. Oop. But this will be pop out. Cool. How do they app when ready create on app on ready? Okay, so things are a little bit different in this version of Electron, which is fine. ICP main. They added this after the ready. IPC main dot on open pop up. Can I just do this? Call that good? I think so. All right. And then in the preload script, apparently they do a little bit of this. Quick, I can do imports, right? Cool, yes. I want to call this pop out, but I don't know why there's a difference. Who knows? I'm going to call it pop out instead of pop up. There we go. Okay, I see. So if I go now into the app, So in here, we will uncomment all this nonsense. This will still be, you know, a button, but we will be changing this a little bit. I'm going to, for right now, none of this. This is a TypeScript error? Okay. At TS expects, oh, that's just to ignore, or, yeah. Expect error. Yeah, there we go. I think that's all I care about. The next thing I want to do potentially is there like a, can I just do a global type in here? Will this work? I go into app. Okay, I don't think it'll work in there. Let's go into the types up here. Let's do a global.b.ts. There's something else I'm missing in here. I don't think so. I will just undo that. There we go. We make again. Theoretically, this should work. I hope. Oh well. It will pop. It will work, but it's not gonna do exactly what I want. I forgot to do some like logic. Let's pop out window is that. Because I want to in here. That. Do that. And this will be if pop out window. Focus return. Yeah. That's like the basic checking I want in place so that I'm not creating multiple pop-out windows. Easier to store it as well. Alright, it's done. We start it. It's a weird looking button, but it works. Alright, that did this. Not allowed to load local resource. Okay. Oh, am I not allowed to, like... Okay. I might want to do a couple more things in here. I do not want that. I will also do a couple more things, such as put this inside of a div. Is that still open? Let me click that again. Do a little bit of this. Cannot load local resource. Need to figure out what that is. Main window pop out. Okay. Is that in here? It would be inside this. How do I make sure that V is actually pulling that in, I guess, then? Unless I just throw this into the pop-out thing. If I move that there... I don't know if that's what I want either. Yeah, I'll move that back. Electron forge bundle or package include other HTML files. Forge config. Okay, is that what I'm looking for? That would kind of make sense, wouldn't it? I'm guessing on a lot of stuff here. Beat renderer. .config.ts. That's fine. All right, build, source. I moved that into there. Yeah, that's fine. There are two renderers. think. Oh, that's still main window, I think. Huh. Let me, I guess. Oops, I didn't want to start it again. I want to make it. Huh. Oh, that would be in the renderer config. Okay, let's see. Don't think there's anything I need to do here per se. Okay. I think I'm on the right track now. Okay. Looks that. Once it's ready to show, it shows it, which is true. Sorry about the sneeze. All right. And they had it in the roll-up options of the renderer stuff. So let's go into here. Build, roll up, resolve. Hot config. Resolve should come from the path. Import. Resolve from path. Thank you. This will be pop out. I don't want that. I just care about this really. Is this done yet? All right, we're almost there. Let's do. We'll see if this works. I hope it does. What do I need to add? What? Unable to resolve it, but that just means I have to import the type, right? We start it. Okay, we have this. We hit click. Oh, sick. It does work. Not quite big enough though. But if I were to now, let's say, go into my OBS and let's do add a source, not browser, but window capture. Let's call this current song or whatever, or playlist. Okay, we will select, oh, which one is it? How do I, okay, so I have it, right? It's here. Let me transition. Right, I have it there on my OBS. Then we can remove studio mode. So like I can kind of put it wherever on my screen now. I mean, ideally I do want it up there. The issue is that it's showing everything, and I don't want it to. I don't want it to show. This is gonna be like an OBS question, I guess now, right? Well, I guess I know how to fix this. The easiest solution is that where is it? Add filters. I'll bring this over so I can kind of show what I'm doing. Add a, not audio, but a crop. Left, I don't know, was it 10 pixels-ish? Oh, it's gonna be a lot more than that. 50, 48. All right, let's see. Give me 38. Okay, let's do the same to the right. Bottom will probably be about the same. Oh wow. Okay, top, same? No, more. close. All right, let's see. Is that the size I want it to be? Oops. Theoretically, I could turn this into a website too, and not even need it to be a desktop app. The desktop app would, in some ways, be nicer for me, I think. But I'm kind of rethinking how I want to develop this. But that does have what I want. Let me go and check my live stream, see how it looks. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how I want it. Let me close it and then reopen it. What? Oh, I done did it. All right, where's the code? On here, when all windows are closed, this won't be on app, this will be on here. When close, or on, maybe on close, we will then do, that's what we'll do. That way, it will recreate it, because right now it thinks it's there, but it's not actually there. I'm trying to think of what the best thing to do is, because technically it's destroyed once it's closed. I think what I'm doing right now is fine, though. I might do it on closed. Now we make... Oh wait, I'm being dumb. Hold on. I also want this pop-out to have, what do you call this? It's like a ticker? I don't know. I'll just call it pop-out. I'll stop that. Remake it. I do want to have a different name so that when I have it in my OBS, I can specifically change the, like only show it when it's there and it's not the other window. Because right now they're named the same thing, or were named the same thing, the pop-out window and the main window. But now that I know that this works, I'm pretty happy about it right now. was kind of hoping that that would. Background gray 900. I go into the main app, look at app. That's 900. Okay, just making sure. Let's see. It's not what I want. Hold on. I want the pop-out to be the thing that's actually showing. Oh, not that. Microsoft Edge. Cancel. Discard. There we go. Hit OK. Need to do some quick little checks on this. So this is how wide? Console air elements. Why does it not tell me? Why does it not want to tell me? Oh, updating the wrong thing. Go to entry. Can I pop this out? There we go. I think there's a couple more things I can do to the main thing here. So I believe I can turn off a couple other things, such as like thick frame is false. Let me actually look at the object definitions. I might put always on top as true for this. That can go away. I want this still. Menu bar is what I'm looking for. Save. Oh. Transparent true. Background color will be this. Or sure. think that's what I want. Oh, not start. Make. I can remove that. I think I'll leave that now. I'm hoping that because I am hiding the menu bar now, that this height will actually show correctly. The next thing I do want to do is remove like overflow should be hidden just for everything. I don't want to show any scroll bars basically. Let's see if this works. Make start. What? I thought match title, window must match. There we go. Okay. Did I not add? Oh. Need that. We can now hit OK on this. Go to filters. I think we should be able to remove some of this top. Save there. Go into root. Where is it? Oh, sorry. I want this. That's now full. I now also want this to have rounded corners. And I want text to be white. And then can I do border inset? I don't know. I don't know if they'll do what I want. I don't think they'll do at all what I want. All right. Let's make this. This should hopefully have basically exactly what I want. I want the main window to be my like playlist maintenance thing, while the pop-out window is what I show on stream. That way I can kind of like hopefully eventually control everything. And I'm also hoping that if I use a singleton and I hit next, let's say on the main window, the next item in the playlist would show on the pop-out. So I guess that's something I could do here. Let's go to shared. Let's do new file, utils dot or slash playlist manager. I don't know. Export default. Or no, let's actually do class playlist manager. private static instance is that. Playlist will be of type playlist. Which let me go into utils. Get playlist will get moved over here. And types. This will get moved. Oh. I wonder if this will do what I think it will. Sure. Not the prettiest code in the world, but it'll do. This now means when I'm in here and I say get playlist, I actually would like this to be playlist manager.playlist. Let's do that. Let's do constant playlist manager. Is that we then do this? And then just to memo-wise things, use memo, because I don't know if this is using the latest React router, which will automatically memo-wise things. Yeah. This is kind of ugly. But, you know, it is what it is. So we'll save this. let's say in here we have private current song. We could do, yeah, current index is probably fine. We'll do next track, this, then previous track, get current track. I think that'll. Cool. Next, what we want to do is in pop out. We want to do not this playlist. Honestly, this will. Huh. I'm thinking now. Current track. Oh. Track ID. Copy. Paste. 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 How about I do this? Constant track will equal use memo. Track ID, and then we'll do track will be that. Really try to simplify this as much as possible without having like duplicate things. Kind of the idea here. Sick. Now, theoretically, if this all works, then when I go into here and we add another button, let's say, let's say next here, and this will be playlist manager dot next track. Honestly, this could probably just be this, really clean up the code, and then do previous. Save that. We now make this won't look that pretty, but it's okay. We'll do class name. I don't know what the hell this just did. I want this to be flex. Gap 2 is fine, to be honest. Padding 4. Sure. I don't mind. We'll save it as such. I do want to see what it looks like at the moment before I rebuild it. Even though the buttons are going to look gross and really compact, but hopefully the singleton will work the way I expect it to. Okay, we hit start now. I'll bring this down so you can see it. If it click me, you get a pop out of nothing. Huh. That did not work the way I had expected it to. So let's see now. App playlist results. Well, actually, wait a second. Did it at least show that it did show this? So that does indeed work with the memoizing of that. It's the pop-out window that's not wanting to do anything. So let's look at the pop-out window. What's going on in there? Let's do a nice console log in here. Let's also do console.log. Sure. I just care about the playlist manager. Make. Oh. All right, time to look at it. Oh, well, that's gross. Still not working. The console says what? Cannot read properties of null reading tracking. Of course, of course. Can I, like, refresh that window, though? Or refresh this window? So it's not even going to show anything. Because it can't get track ID. Which is, sure. We can do this and this. Close out of that. Close out of that. That closed everything. We'll now make again. Huh. I should have saw that coming. Well, no. I should not have. I guess it does return null if there's no playlist, but playlist should be there. Alright, let's do some null checking there basically. If this playlist current ID +1. Oh, I like to use the modulation there because it'll automatically default it to something. I don't know how it would work on previous though. That wouldn't go to the last index, right? That wouldn't do index -1, would it? Or like length, like the track playlist length -1, would it? I don't know. We'll find out in 2 seconds. Alright, got this. Click me. It's still not doing what I want. Console. Mounted. Playlist manager is there. Playlist is null. And then this has what? Playlist is still null. You know, playlist. Oh. What? But. I'm confused. What did I do wrong? Do this instead. Save that. I wish there's a way to cache the builds. There must be a way to cache the builds. So we don't have to keep building from scratch every single time. Let's see. Google. It looks like it only has a cache for hot reloading, which is not what I am able to do at the moment. Oh, it's not loading the next or previous. We're getting there though. I should know this, that it won't automatically determine that it's being changed. I could potentially use an observable on this, I think. Interesting. There are ways of doing this. It's kind of gross. Basically, from what I'm reading, is that I have to create basically a pub sub model within my what's it called, playlist manager, basically, right? which I think in some ways this could work. They would prefer if I did get playlists on this though. Which means here, right? Get previous. These don't really matter, but the track will. This might help a little bit because it's now showing. It's now going to get a different state in some ways. I might just use AI real quick on this, I guess. All right, there we go. Oh, my camera died again. Okay. It's going above and beyond what I asked it to. It's all right. keep them. Let's see how this works. Let's actually go into the app and basically replicate what that did. The other thing here, we have playlists instead. Okay, that should hopefully work. All right, let's see. We have this. I created this now. Hit next. Oh, come on now. Okay, we're gonna do more of this, basically. I don't even know if what I'm doing is even possible, but I'm gonna keep doing some debugging, some console logs everywhere, and kind of just figure it out, I guess. I might even try to do a, what's it called? Like, create a hook, a React hook for the playlist manager, and see if that will work a little bit better. That way I don't have to keep doing this use effect stuff, and it'll just do it for me automatically. Okay, here's this. I'll open this up. Hit click. That's there. Next, previous. Neither is being done. let's create a new hook. Actually, create a new hook called use playlist. That's that exposes the playlist manager observable properties. Update the app. To use to grab playlist from the new use playlist hook and update pop up. Pop out. Get current track from the new hook. Oh, sick. It actually did a lot more than I was expecting. This is all looking about correct. When using AI, by the way, always check the code like I just did there. I was kind of scanning through, seeing the changes it did. Notice that, I mean, this is not necessarily how I would do this, but it works. And then in here, this, yeah, basically just helped create this a little bit faster. Use the current track from the playlist. Something I wasn't actually I didn't even think of, and I was kind of grateful that it did it for me, is that this used, not this one. What was it? Use playlist. It actually binded these functions. I don't know if that's necessary or not, but I won't, like, because it's a singleton, probably best that that happened. Alright, we're back here. Created this. Hit next. Damn. We must be close, right? I'm going to also, just for the purpose of testing, or actually, why don't I just Google? Google's our best friend. Oh, you just mount it to the... Okay. What am I? Main... Mount the playlist manager to the window of both the main window and modal, or not modal, pop out. Update the use playlist hook to utilize, to fetch, or to get the singleton from the window object. All right. This should give me the last little bit I need. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Smart. Let's see all the things that changed. It removed that, but that's kind of dumb. I'm going to actually ignore this. I do need that. In here. Oh, yeah, check. Did I just do a dumb? I don't think that's necessary. Sure. Check, 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 check. Sure. Yep. I'll keep that. This is actually not needed anymore because that is properly done. Okay. All right. Hopefully, it's done correctly this time. Because this will add the playlist manager. The observable is already taken care of inside of the playlist. In here, realistically, I mean, I feel like this should be memoized. But, or using a use state and use effect just to make sure that this is actually being properly mounted first. But that's just my thought. Because I should do a use effect on window if window then assign a state where playlist manager is then set or whatever. But or use a effect or just use memo would I think do what I want, so I don't need to do anything else. We can close that. We hit start. Oh, it's brokey. What happened? Not read it. Undefined a bind, which would be in here. I don't even know how it got to bind because theoretically that should not exist, question mark. It'd be kind of cool if I had a on click on this that then would use the what's it called? The use set index to then update where in the playlist we are. Wait, start. This seems broken again. Subscribe's not a function. This is why I have almost a feeling. I have a strong feeling I know why. And I mentioned it earlier. And it's the fact that in the use playlist window may not be defined yet, and therefore playlist manager is not going to be mounted yet. So let's update this to be a use memo. This will be if type of window. click. Start. It's still broken. Why? Subscribe's not a function. Okay. Why is subscribe not a function? We're getting somewhere, I think. Alright, and we hit start. Again, it's not working, but I added some hopefully good logic. Okay, so the observable loaded. Kind of. Subscribe's not a function, but where is subscribe being done now? Shouldn't be used anywhere except for right here. I do want to see if, going way back up, if I did start dev like this. I do want to know if I can change, like, use a similar command. If I go way back into here, this is Electron Forge start. It's loading it as a Windows app, and I don't want it to. It's still loading it as nonsense. Yeah. See if that'll fix some of my other issues, maybe. No. Let's disable this and this for right now. Why? still loading as a Windows app. I don't want it to. If I look in here, it's fine. All right, whatever. I'll continue doing this way. Oh, we're getting somewhere. Theoretically, if I went into here and did window dot, what am I looking for? Playlist manager. There's no observables, no playlist.
I see, that's really quite clever, isn't it?
Playlist is there. Index is there. Why is subscribe not, I don't have to implement it, do I? That can go away, that can go away. Away. That can also go away. Playlist manager. I want to look at the observable class. Because that's not an abstract function, it's defined. Maybe I just remove the abstract portion of that? Because it extends it, and therefore should have it. Now we wait another minute for that to do its thing. Close that. We can close that. And this. Let's see. Sure. We'll see if that works. Kind of weird that it doesn't maintain the like extended class. But, I mean, if this is gonna fix it, then this will fix it. Thanks for the follow, Yoshi boy. Alright. Oh, it loaded. Apparently that did fix it. Alright. So if we hit this, that'll load up our little thing in the top left. Hit next. Oh. Still not gonna work. Not the way I want it to, at least. It's not keeping the state. Current index is 0, but if I close out of that one, well, let's actually open that back up. No, none of these are working. I figured I was getting pretty close. But apparently the singleton is still not being preserved across the context. This could be due to something else I'm doing, right? Like, I'm doing get instance here. What I can try to do is, instead of doing that, we delete that. We don't care about the instance there because we'll create our own instance, such as this, where we do new manager. We set this constructor to public, hit save, hit Control C there. We make this should theoretically do the exact same thing. Did I? No, that should be fine. That got me all concerned now. The reload didn't save. It did save. Building WSL is no fun though. At least for making desktop apps. Great for web development. I have never had an issue with it, except for today. And then let's start it. There it is. Let's open up the console tools, the console dev tools, whatever you want to call them. That's now open. Huh. Current index should be increasing, but it's not. Let's just cut this and just do playlist manager again, like how we had before. We'll put this back and we'll just comment it out for the time being. I don't know why that's not being pulled from the playlist manager, because that should be exposing that state. No, it's not. Okay, we can export it though. So that way, if it needs it, we can just do the good old. I don't want to say old-fashioned actually, because it's not, but the standard way. Let me make sure that the use playlist is actually like. Once it's there, it does actually subscribe, which it looks like it is, or it should be. Start it. No, it's doing the thing again. Why are you doing this? Okay, so it does need to be the other way. That's so weird. That's not. I don't need. I don't think Redux would solve my issue. Go away. All right. Let's see. Yep. Would it make more sense to do a message bus system like that? I don't know. That could be a good solution. I'll leave it there for future looking. What am I looking for? Preload. So we're creating a context bridge, which I just wanted this to load my playlist manager in a way that's actually somewhat meaningful. But maybe a singleton is not the way to go. What was this thing to do? The IPC renderer. Oh, how do I want to do this? Oh, it's going. It's turns out that creating a Electron app in WSL2 is a lot harder than it looks. What I'm currently doing is I'm using I use Epidemic Sounds for my music, right? And it's kind of a pain to basically create a playlist for the streams. Like what the music in the background right now is took a lot longer than I think it should to basically curate a playlist. Because of how it tends to work, and I can quickly show in my I'll quickly grab the file explorer. Basically, I have a directory here full of all of the songs that I pulled from Epidemic Sounds. And I have to create a playlist in Odyssey, for example, and kind of put it into one track and then save this as a file, which I then load into OBS to play the music, which is a ton of work, especially if you this is a very small playlist. It needs to be a lot longer. What I'm trying to do right now is be able to load my playlist from Epidemic Sounds into like a desktop application that once I sign into my account, I can then grab it should hopefully have my, what's it called, cookie session, which will allow me to read the get API without needing to authenticate with bearer tokens or anything. That'll be one of my next challenges to tackle. But once I have that API data, it gives me everything I need to know to download the MP3 files and everything that I need, plus show the playlist. Basically mess around with the reordering how I want the songs to play, and I'm trying to also I know there's some existing software out there that I could use, but I want to show the song that's currently playing in, like, let's say the top left corner of my stream. Once I have this loading, I'll quickly or once it's built, I'll quickly show what I mean. But it takes a very long time for me to find music, download it all, especially since they don't offer a bulk download option for playlists. You have to individually download every single file yourself and then merge them together into one track so that I can loop it in stream. So this is a very basic application I started today that gets kind of what I'm trying to do done. This is a desktop application actually loaded in Linux, but Windows, because of WSL2, I can see it. The current challenge I'm facing, this is mock data. This is actually the current playlist that's playing, but I copied the API output to just generate this. So the images are coming from Epidemic Sound, the title of the track plus the author and everything is all there. And I have this little pop-out window, which is what's giving the thing at the top up here. So ideally, I'd like this screen to be on another monitor so I can control if I want to skip music, reorder the track, or like the playlist, and see what song's currently playing, where in the song I am, and everything else. So kind of building my own playlist manager in a sense. It's kind of what I'm trying to do. I haven't built a Electron app in a long time. I want to say almost a decade now. Like I think 2016, 2017 was the last time I built an Electron app. So I'm kind of going through the challenges of how do I share a state between the main window and the pop-up window. And once I have that state shared, I should be able to hook into that state, that shared state, and hit like the next and previous button here to basically show the next or previous song in this pop-out window, which then would go up here in this top left corner. If that all makes sense. But yeah, that's the that's what I'm currently trying to do. I've built this entire thing on stream today in the last few hours, handful of hours, with a little bit of help from, you know, Copilot here and there. But I might even call it a stream here soon, because I'm getting to the point where I might have to like deep dive into some researching and a lot of trial and error type stuff, and also I've been streaming for 4 hours, so we will see. But yeah, that's kind of the premise of this. I was going to work on a Minecraft mod today, but while trying to create this new playlist, I got pretty fed up with the whole process. Yeah, that's basically it. And I think the best way, or the best solution for what I'm trying to do right now, is actually move away from this singleton object that I've been working on with the observable built in, and trying to move more towards using the IPC renderer object to basically create event messages to and from the main window to the pop-out window. And when I do that, I can just say, well, if the playlist is currently running and it's in loop mode, anytime the next song starts, it can just display the next song details. Or I can manually change it if I'm not feeling a song at that moment. Or change the song, or basically do anything I need. So I'm kind of just doing UI work at the moment until I can get into the actual nitty gritty of how to, I don't want to say spoof, but how to kind of spoof the authentication and everything to then pull the playlist data, automatically download all the music for me, and then store a local copy or local ordering of those of the songs in the playlist track. But yeah, that's a high level of what I'm trying to achieve. And the past few of my streams, which can be seen also on my YouTube channel, is where I store all my VODs, has basically all the content, all the other things I've been working on to basically build content to I'm streaming content. How do I phrase it? I'm streaming myself, creating my streaming content in a lot of ways. Like something else I did recent, like in the previous stream, was I created this, which was my stream starting screen, or stream starting soon, which has a dynamic background where the star, it's kind of like a starscape, and each star is dynamically going in and out with a timer and everything, which it's quite a bit. The timer does count down, but once it gets past the time that I set to start counting down from, it does its thing. So if I can update the timer to be, let's say, instead of being 1 o'clock Eastern, make it 7 o'clock. So get this, it can reload and does like a basic countdown. A lot of fun stuff, basically. That being said, though, I will probably end the stream here as I'm tired, basically. And hungry, and I kind of need food. So I'm gonna go and stop. I do appreciate everyone watching, and hope you all have a very good evening.